In 1350, what we know as the idyllic French countryside was a living hell. For more than 15 years, the people had suffered at the hands of English invaders. Little did they know that this war would last for another 100 years. But through this crucible of fighting, famine and plague, there would emerge the modern nation of France. England's King, Edward III, looked jealously across the English Channel. Wanting France for his own, he had added the fleur-de-lis, the symbol of France, to his own royal standard. This was an all-out declaration of war. And in 1337, he invaded. But France already had a king, Philippe VI. As the English burned their way across the land, Philippe's army and his legendary knights marched to meet them and came face to face with the English longbow. A simple weapon, but the most devastating the knights had ever faced. The heroes of France fell to storms of English arrows. The war engulfed the French countryside. By 1351, the conflict was focused on Brittany. One fight stands out as a spectacular display of chivalry and a symbol of the wider conflict between the two enemy nations. The Combat of the 30 is still commemorated here in Brittany. It was a dispute between two local families. Supported by the opposing sides in the war, the French and English commanders decided to settle it through a trial of knightly combat. Each side would choose 30 champions to fight on neutral ground. France prepared to defend itself against England's finest. Intent on ending the suffering of the French peasantry, Sir Jean de Beaumanoir sent a challenge to the English commander. 30 champions on each side would compete in a tournament for final claim to Brittany. With the battleground of the halfway oak agreed upon, Sir Jean set out to gather support from local knights. As a knight himself, Sir Jean followed the strict rules of chivalry and was expected to protect the local peasantry and ensure peace.
Page, veci comment mettons nos en la voie. Reniez vos armes. Illos Francis! Reniez vos armes.
Christus serans des sources molestes!
Most medieval tournaments were friendly in nature, held for sport and glory, but the Combat of the 30 was arranged between opponents mired in war. English raids had torn through the countryside of Brittany and brought great hardship to the people. Sir Jean spotted an English raiding party attacking a nearby farmstead.
de je commande.
The French knights defeated the English raiders, and Sir Guy de Rochefort joined Sir Jean's party. Sir Jean's search next brought him to Sir Geoffroy du Bois, whose squires were contending with a detachment of English longbowmen. The knights would use the great speed of their war horses to charge the archers and overwhelm them. The English longbowmen fell, but the French knights knew the enemy would attempt to retake the hilltop fortification and steeled themselves for further attacks. With Sir Geoffroy by his side, Sir Jean had secured the outpost. Looking to secure his honor, a young knight held his ground on a bridge in Sir Jean's path. Honorably conceding defeat in the duel, Sir Yves Charel joined the cause. Sir Jean entered the staging area for the tournament. where he prepared to choose which knights would join him in battle. Each knight would be accompanied by his squires, young nobles in training to become knights themselves.
Dictus mui.
Acces met vos, compagnon.
So Jean had selected his champions. As the sun rose, the two sides entered the arena, ready for the first round of combat.
Soyez de attentis.
Avertissez votre courage, compagnon. Retrayez avant, compagnon. Quand je commande, avant.
Claiming an easy victory in the first round, the French champions left the arena to recover their strength.
Brace, veci comandament.
Soyez prest, compagnon. Incontinent.
Refreshed and reinvigorated, the French knights returned to the arena for another round of combat. The combat of the 30 was about to decide which nation would control the Duchy of Brittany. Triumphant, Sir Jean de Beaumanoir and his loyal knights claimed victory. The combat of the 30 had decided control of Brittany in favor of the French. Little did the two sides know, this was just the beginning of a bitter war that would outlive them all. In the 100 Years' War, the English used a terror tactic, a raid through enemy territory, intended to intimidate and provoke the French into battle. It was called chevauchée. The principal weapon for chevauchée was fire. And one of the ways it was delivered was with incendiary arrows.
Challenge with incendiary arrows? Keeping them alight.
One type of incendiary arrow was fueled with gunpowder.
You've got charcoal, got sulfur, and we've got saltpeter. Saltpeter is the main ingredient. The more oxygen you put into it, the hotter it burns. Of course, when it's on an arrow, when it's being shot, you've got a turbocharged airstream.
The chemicals are bound together with brandy, left to dry, and poured into a linen bag. The extra long arrowhead is inserted into the bag and then tied off to secure it. It is then sealed by dipping it into boiling tree resin. This resin, which itself is highly flammable, provides a waterproof casing. It also shields the burning gunpowder so the wind doesn't put it out in flight.
Now that looks deadly, and I really want to shoot it.
The art to shooting an incendiary arrow is timing. Too early, and it will go out. Too late, it will spit at you like a dragon.
That was just evil. That was great.
The word chevauché means horse raid, and it was mobile light horsemen who spearheaded the attacks. They took gold and silver from the churches, valuables from wealthy citizens, and as much food and drink as they could find from anyone. A chevauché was scorched earth warfare to create discontent amongst the enemy's subjects, perhaps even to get them to turn against their king. An army on campaign needed a decisive battle. And a chevauché was intended to taunt the enemy to come out and fight. After victory at the Combat of the 30, the French faced devastating raids from England's Black Prince. But France's King John II was closing in. Jean finally caught the English near the city of Poitiers in September 1356. The French army outnumbered the English by thousands. King Jean himself joined the fight, but what seemed a certain victory for France soon turned into a nightmare. The English longbow devastated the mighty French army. An endless hail of arrows gutted the main French force. Then the English captured King Jean. The fight was over. The Battle of Poitiers was another catastrophic defeat for the French. The English had destroyed most of France's nobility in a single day. Now they turned their attention towards taking the French capital, Paris. The invaders marched unopposed towards Paris. The remains of some of the medieval walls of Paris still stand today. As the English army approached, the terrified locals sought shelter behind these defenses. Could France's capital withstand the full might of the Black Prince's army? The English Black Prince had raided the French countryside without mercy. And now his army had come for the capital. With the English on their doorstep, it fell to the French army and the people of Paris to defend the walls of their proud city. Hoping to avoid open battle, the French began fortifying the city, manning the walls and calling every available soldier to his post. As the French hastened their preparations, several detachments of English soldiers were spotted closing in on the city.
Bien, bien, wees.
Besoin fait, suis sans pouet. Manans, preist à ouvrir.
Het besoigne. Il trèche sans nul arrest.
Besoigne nos attentes. Manans, Manans, en commune. Bien
Oyez les ordonnances.
et comprince.
Si, comme volette.
Advertance tout le monde.
Advertence, tout le monde.
Marche arrière mouette.
Manance, presta. Allons, Manance.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Il trèche sans nul arrest. Manans, reprends-donc. Si, comme volette.
Maillets, attendez les
The English showed no mercy, burning their way to Paris via 3 routes, each of which was home to villages and farms that supplied the capital.
À votre commandement.
Oyez tout le monde. Si, vais exploiter.
Pour me faire trahir.
Oyez les
Oui, messieurs des mouets.
Bien, bien.
Oyez les ordonnances. Bien accordé. Laissez-moi exploiter. Yes. Fouiller est ma toute vie. Bien, bien, bien.
Advert à votre commandement.
En besoin.
Besoigne à faire.
Oyez tout le monde.
Bien, oyez. En besoin. Besoin de nos attentes. Que faut-il donc? Manance, offrance donc. Giovanni Bastir.
Veuillez-moi. Attendez les commandements, Manance. Que faut-il donc? Reste pour la besogne, Manance. Tous te y à l'oreille.
Oi, mestière de mouet. Tous t'y à l'oreille.
Obelestier, avant. Allons, compris. Obelest au col, avant.
Manuel Rassou.
Compagnon, les chevaux, j'entends le père à vos affiches.
Having struck out at the English front line, the French had slowed the enemy's advance.
Oh, me faut trahir. Joignez la suce.
Oh, me fa au trail.
Besoin.
Oh, me fa au trail. Bon, va servir. Véquière, Mériens. Besoigne à faire. Lors bâti de s'estui.
Oil.
Bonne besoigne.
Veuillez-moi besoin. Lors bâti de s'estui.
Besoigne. Oyez, les ordonnances. Lors de von Snos, alerte.
Jaskus, ens, moult avance, voué à trait. Jetstars, Pex, Sonnes Legion. J'y
Oi, mestier, que faut-il donc besoigner? Giovanni, oh me fautrai. Besoigner après? Mestier de moi, vaillez moi besoigne. Lors bâtige en besoigne. Lors bâtige s'estui.
Oil,
Ça
messieurs
est
des
belle
mouets.
manière.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Ça est belle manoir.
Que va-t-il bastir? Besoigner après?
As the French continued to rally their army, the English took the last of the surrounding villages and had almost encircled Paris.
Bonne besoigne, expect.
Oyez, tous le monde. Allons, ça tresse tous.
Oh, me faut trahir? Tous te y a Lauretz.
Besoigner après? Giovanni,
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Bastir.
With the countryside in flames and the English at the city gates, the French army steeled themselves for battle.
Lors se bâtit, s'estue.
Now came the capital's true test, with the mighty walls of Paris hold against a fearsome English siege.
Longtemps va-t-il demeurer?
oh me fautrai. Donc, stialore, que faut-il donc besoigner? Giovanni,
The Parisian guard raised the alarm as the English began their first assault on the city walls.
Lors en besoin. Donc, stialore, mestier de moi. Lors bâtige s'estui. Longtemps, oh me fautrai. Donc, que faut-il donc besoigner?
Advertance. Provence, avouer un messier des bois.
Chevalier,
Jetstars, votre votre Les chevaux, escoutez. Compagnons, les Jetstars, Bordier. Monte de jouer,
Oh, me faut trahir? Giovanni Bastir.
The French army fought valiantly, repelling the first English attack.
Les Jetstars, Boskiert.
Que faut-il donc?
Advertance, tout le monde.
Tous te y a Lauretz.
Que faut-il donc? Reste pour la besoigne, Manance. Giovanni, besoigne à faire. Donc, stialore, en besoigne. Giovanni Basti. Manuer assouvi. Bel ça est bel Manuer. Bonne besoin.
Compagnon, reste bout, avance, jouer à trait. Si faites votre commandement.
Archers. Ça est belle, Manuel. faut
Advertance, tout le monde. Baise à la mine.
L'autre homme se bat ici comme un rêve.
Tres tous sommes prêts incontinent.
Comment ça? Soyez prêts. Quel est votre plaisir? Il n'y faut
La demi-anarchie!
Although the walls of Paris had been breached, the French could still hold the city, so long as its mighty landmarks did not fall. The French defense of their capital held firm, wearing down the English invaders one by one.
Dites-moi, mon personnage, vos armes. Dites-moi mon Versailles. Les guerres.
Chevaucheur,
Archère, allons, brillement.
L'heure est de besoin.
De version faut-il archère. Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
En besoin. Bien, bien. Baïs.
Lors bâti, je s'estuie.
Chevalier.
Alarson, fils, j'attends. La mort à plus de Versnos!
Besoin y a fait?
The enemy grew ever more desperate as their ranks thinned and their hopes of victory faded.
Mon arc est archère.
Die Chevaucheurs sont prêts, Chevaucheurs. En avance pour la bouée.
Pour votre service. Incontinent. Je suis votre service. Pour votre service.
Defeated and demoralized by the strength of the French defense, the Black Prince's army abandoned their siege of the capital. Paris celebrated victory, but this was not the last test the French would face in their struggle to win the war. The battlefields of the 100 Years' War were full of danger. To defend against these weapons, a new type of armor was developed: plate armor.
Plate armor clad the knight in an articulating exoskeleton of hardened steel. A hard outer shell that still flexes and moves with the body.
It provided impressive protection and was an extraordinary technological achievement.
Now, one of the ways that armor gets its strength is through shape. Both of these pieces are made out the exact same thickness as steel, but I can show you there's one stronger than the other. Here's the one with no shape. You see it buckles immediately. If I swap it for one that's been forged to have strength and shape, you can see it's much stronger. It's going nowhere.
It wasn't just the shape that gave it strength. It was also how the metal was treated by the armorer.
Now, the benefits of using heat is it obviously makes the piece more plastic, more ductile, lets me shape it. But the fuel also adds layers of carbon into the outer surface. This helps me increase the hardness and strength of the material.
The art of the armorer was being able to judge the temperature of the metal by eye, managing the heat to create resilience in the metal. The combination of heat-treated metal and rigid shapes meant that armor didn't need to be so thick and heavy, making it much easier to fight in. But good quality plate armor did have its downside. It was very expensive.
Now, not everyone could afford full steel plate armor. For the common man, there is the brigandine. Now, these are made up of overlapping steel plates that are then riveted through a textile outer. This gives you a much bigger range of movement, but is limited and is not as strong as a full steel breastplate. That said, it is much cheaper and much easier to maintain.
At its best, the armored knight was invincible. But armor didn't just provide defense. It was also a weapon and an expression of a knight's power and prestige. Armor transformed its wearer into a work of art. The walls of Paris held out against the English onslaught. England's King Edward and the Black Prince abandoned the siege. They marched towards Chartres to try their luck at conquering a less formidable target. But before they could attack, a violent storm hit the army. Killing 1,000 English soldiers in a tempest of hail and freezing winds. To Edward, this Black Monday disaster seemed like divine retribution. A sign that it was time to stop waging war and make peace with France's King Jean. But even as peace between kings was reached, the people of France were still living in bloodshed and turmoil. Between 1358 and 1370, France was in chaos. Peasant uprisings, rampaging bands of mercenaries, and civil war ravaged the country. Peasants rose in rebellion, killing their lords and wreaking havoc. Mercenary bands also roamed the land. Known as routiers, they had once been hired by the English to fight against the French, but were cut loose when peace was reached. They systematically ravaged and pillaged towns across France. And with King Jean prisoner in England, his son Charles the Dauphin faced homegrown attacks on his rule by powerful French lords, beset from all sides. The Dauphin's forces had to regain control over their own country. Having only recently been crowned King of France, Charles V dispatched his army to the French-held village of Évreux to forge order from chaos. From here, the army would move to extinguish three major threats. Bands of roving mercenaries harrying the countryside, a peasant uprising, and attacks from a rival for the French crown, Charles of Navarre. The French army would start by reclaiming the rebel-held villages of Cocherel, Jouy, and Croissy.
Attention, novos ordines.
In avant, Servientes.
Sibonier.
Labour Spérance.
Dolme bien. Pace mauvais. Equites. In avant.
Tisomes.
Colonnes.
Condesqued.
Paitis. Dine Pacchio.
Labour Spérance. Escolte Ben. Restituo. Parat Porvenir.
Six hommes.
Colonnes. Paretis. Si. Eccelimandement.
Qued labour. Qued me. Labour. Restituo.
Tots audit.
Parat Porvenir. Ratetera bene. Escolte Brems de retournar. Monacial pour la materia.
Qued me. Parats pour labourar.
Parats pour labourar. Cose sera massona, non desqued. Come sono la cose. Parat porvenir.
Escolte comme me. Qued abur. Labour Spérance. Io ma sono parat porvenir. Cose se ramasse.
Si somes. Vado labura.
Mandesqued.
As the French army struggled to regain control of the countryside, they were struck by a band of English routiers. These mercenaries had been cut loose by the English army and were plundering the countryside in order to make a living.
Equites, in avant, en linea, equites.
Parates, sergentes.
Quet la bourse. Colonnes sunt ici. Capere? B.
Ordine tenens.
Si somes. Quet, me. Vado la speranza. Cose se ramassona.
The French forces eliminated the routier attack, but more were still raiding the countryside in search of provisions and riches. The routier demanded payment from the French, or they would continue their horrifying raids.
Si somes. Parat pour venir. Parat pour laborar. Io ma sono la cause.
Attention, equites, in avant.
Labur speranza.
Mandesqued. Vado laborar. Quet, me.
Parats pour labourar.
Labour speranza. Con buon labour.
Qued labour.
Quet, me. Me flect. Io ma
Qued mondes? Oye, oye. Qued me?
buon labour.
Buon labour. Retournons comme matériel.
Cavale parat. Cavallo ici.
Parat, porvi, colonnes. Et chez les mandements.
Movamos, valetus. Dans
Si somes. Mandesque. Parat, porvenir.
Ecce li mandement.
Secco materia.
Dorme bien. Pace pove.
Mandesque.
Attention. Orchest. Cuidamus. Orchest.
Les Masons ici. In ayuda.
Second mandement. Sibeliers. Es facile, cavalier. Es facile, cavalier. Cuidamus.
Ci somes.
Toutes auditées.
Monacial pour la matière.
Dolmenier.
The French discovered the routier hidden camp and could put an end to the English raids if they could destroy the camp.
Mandemans, colonnes. Secco materia. Ok.
Si sommes. Et chez les mandements.
Retorno con materia. Dams de retornar. Cosa sarà ma sonata?
Arquière parade. La bourse Espérance.
Allez.
Secco materia.
Colones requient mandement. Orchestre.
Si sommes. Ici va tost.
Elised beat.
Cosa sarà massonata?
Bene audité.
Arquière parade. Parade. Ambulance. Véniès, serviettes. La bourse Espérance. Parates, serviettes. Chito
Tourna.
Parade pour venir.
Escolte
Escolte bene. Secco materia. Mande squid. Colones sunt. Kitiès colones. Squid me.
Monde squad.
Vado la bourse Speranza. Io ma sono la...
La bourse. Io ma sono la cose.
Felicet beat. Ci sommes.
Toutes audite. Allez.
Vado laborar. Io ma sono la cose.
Entendo. Parade pour venir. Mauvais quito.
Mande squid.
Sonata.
Allez.
Méplecte.
Quid labour? Buon labour.
Anche parade.
Colones, parade c'est pronto. Comprendo.
Quelle
Cosa sarà ma sonata?
La bourse Espérance. Io ma sono la cose.
Quid me.
Quelle l'amour.
Parade pour venir. Vado laborar.
Parade pour venir.
Parade pour laborar. Felicet beat. Quid me. Io ma sono la cose. Buon lavoro.
Barrière contre barrière dans pièce.
Speranza. Ci sono. Benefect.
Parade Arquière. Arquière. Il avance. Prends parade. Mais sitôt.
Bene.
Vado laborar!
Commandes.
Parat pour laborar!
Bene.
Parat, c'est pronto!
Sagita in arco.
Parat pour Lamora.
Arco parat.
Colones requient mandement. Si. Io ma sono la mandesque.
Toutes audités.
Dendo. Cos'è sarà ma sonata?
Vale.
Parat pour venir. Fido, si. Quella vous? Buona sial pour la materia. Quella vous? Vado lavorare. Me plect. E ci li mandement. Tutti audite. E ce li mandement. Retorno con mater. Sito. Seco materia.
Intendo.
La cena, puedo allá.
Parat? Preparat, Angola.
Arco
Escolte,
parat.
vamos, vale tous.
Vale.
Yaffect.
Bene.
Donne.
Parat pour venir.
Commandes.
Arco parat.
Perfecte.
Parat pour laborar.
Sagita in arco.
Di bene.
Ecceli. Sì, comprendo.
Io ma sono la cose.
Vale.
Labor
Arquier
speranza.
parat. Tourma. Comprendo.
Parat, vade, arquier.
Buon lavoro.
Presente l'encaisse.
Sagita in arco.
Nanche parat.
Ci sommes. Tutti audite. Si. Comprendo. Vado laborar. Vale.
Arquier parat. Romp. Ci sommes.
Commandes.
Ci sommes.
Tourma.
Sur moi de mans.
L'encaisse paratas. Seguimi.
Buon lavoro.
Toutes audités. Retourno comme materia.
Monociel pour la matériel.
Quoi de la boue?
Momente in avanti, archiere. Vale, l'anche sopra l'ossa. Si boys.
Cavallerio, arrête.
Quoi de me?
Presente l'encaisse.
Victoria!
Scarab Armada!
Qui de squid?
Prompt.
Si, voilà la parade.
Bene.
Si, quel d'ordine.
Parier est
Cavallerio,
Parade pour venir.
L'enquête. Ça. L'enquête par Tourma.
Cavallerio, parade.
La bourse Pérance.
Si, Cavallerio, arrête.
L'encaisse Baratas.
Cavallerio, arrête.
L'enquête Baratas. Tourma.
La bourse Pérance.
L'encaisse. L'encaisse.
Qued me.
Sagitaina.
Cavallerio, arrête.
Karate Arquer, Sambola.
Bene.
Homes Entendo. Si est.
Cavallarios, parats. Finamos, Cavallarios. Cavallarios, quitamos.
Moutier camp destroyed, mercenary attacks were no longer a threat.
Escolte bene. Temps de retornar. Movamos, vale tots. Ok. Si, bene. Vado laborar.
Attention! Scara formata!
Parate, Arquers.
In taking the village of Jouy, the French army was closer to stemming the peasant rebellion and regaining control.
Audit audience.
The village of Croissy, rich in gold deposits, was a crucial town for the French to reclaim. The French army defeated the rebels at Croissy and took control of the gold-rich village. The central monastery town of Cocherel was still under the control of rebel peasants. The French army would have to take it before they could launch an assault on Charles of Navarre. Army took control of the rebel villages, and the peasant uprising was subdued. But to keep control over the region, they would need to defend its center of influence, the monastery at Cocherel. Northeast of Cocherel, Charles of Navarre's army had established a fortified camp. The King of Navarre sought to make himself ruler of France as well. He intended to press his claim by destroying the newly arrived royal forces.
Advertance de demande.
Veici les commandements, venez tous. Ici des Spartans. Un jamber, quoi il n'affole. Le ferai-je donc?
Oyez, les comme volets.
Oyez, tous.
Annonce ça, presse tous.
Preste suisse de vos servir.
Oyez, veille, avec nous à la voie, bien brillamment. Si, oyez.
Pushing up the hillside, the French discovered Charles of Navarre's camp. His front line had the high ground and was made up entirely of archers. The French would have to think carefully about how to approach the stronghold.
Die Chevaucheurs sind prest. Chevaucheurs. En avance pour
Advertance de demande. Oyez, les ordonnances. Oyez, tout le monde.
Aux Chevaucheurs, soyez prêts. Nous allons, Chevaucheurs.
Besoin d'y faire.
Advertance, tout le monde. Placez-moi y exploiter. Oyez, les ordonnances. Veille à la mine.
En besoin. Advert à votre commandement.
Chevalier Bastille.
Bayets moi besoin. Oyex tout le monde. Oyex les ordonnances. Marchiez rière moi, tres tous. Los batiges.
The French army had repelled Charles of Navarre, stemmed the revolt, and held back the raids of the Routiers. In the struggle for control over France's lands, the king still clung to power. With rebels and raiders eliminated at Cocherel, King Charles V faced one last threat to France: the relentless English invaders. Word arrived that the English army was weak and scattered, divided by infighting. The king quickly directed his army to chase down the old enemy of France at Pont-Valin. The French town of Pont-Valin lay directly in the path of marauding English soldiers on the hunt for loot. The town's only hope of survival lay with the French forces camped nearby. The French quickly prepared to ambush the disorganized English raiders and defend Pont-Valin from ruin.
Colones, paretis! Vale. Mandemans, colones! Vado por mercare.
Quid me? Vado la...
Si somes.
The main English army thundered into the valley. They paused to rest beyond the town before launching their raid.
Odite, allons-y.
Quoi de l'amour? Parade pour labour.
Si sommes.
Parade pour venir.
Mondes quid? Io ma sono...
Labour spérance. Io ma sono la cause.
Parade pour labourar. Me plaît. Parade pour venir.
Felice et beate.
Cos'è sarà massonata? Zitto. Camino. Parades pour labourar. bourse.
Escolte bene. E ci li manda molto. Buona sial pour la materna.
Allez. Quella
Wait, me.
Monde squad. Cos'è sarà massionata? Quelle?
La boue.
Felice e beata.
Quella boue. Retourno con materia. Cos'è sarà? Parat pour lavorare. Ci sommes.
The first group of English raiders began their attacks on the outlying farms. After destroying the farms, they would attack the town of Pontvalin.
Buon lavoro. Lavoro Spérance. Come sono le cose?
Parat pour venir. Vado lavorare.
Parat pour venir. Parat pour lavorare. Benefecta.
Quedman. Quiete. Minamon, cavallarios. Si, parat. Quedmandes. Cavallarios, parats.
Si sommes. Me plecta.
Bonque métier di lavorare londi.
Scaraforma. A calque, cavallarios. Si, parat.
Quoi de labour?
Quoi de labour?
Quoi de nez?
Parate.
Benefect.
Bene, bene. Venies, servientes.
Quedmandes. Cavallario, parat.
Ambulance. In avant, servientes. In avant, servientes.
Audience. Entiendo.
More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvalin.
Cavalarios, quitamos.
Parades pour la bourra. Qued me.
Mehr Sultan!
Six hommes.
Scara formata! Omeglio!
In avant, cavalarios!
Homes, preparate! Venies, servientes. Allons-y.
Parade!
Venies, servientes. In avant, servientes.
Bene audite! Cavalarios parade! Odio! Parade!
Cavalarios. Qued me.
Tous audite.
Parade pour venir. Vado la bourra.
Escolte bene.
La bourse speranza. Come sono la code? Mondesqued. Vado la bourra.
Mondesqued. Io mas.
Six hommes. Cos'è sarà ma...
La bourse speranza. Vado labura.
Qued la bourre. Cos'è sarà ma... Parade pour venir. Come sono la code?
Parats pour labura. Io ma sono la qued. Me. Cose sera ma sono.
Six hommes. Me plect. Vado la bourra. Parades pour la bourra. Io ma sono la
Qued labur. Vado labura. Ci somes. Cose sera ma sonata. Labur speranza.
Buon labour. Qued me? Ah, felicet beat.
Me plect. Buon labur.
Mondesqued?
More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvalin.
Parates, servientes.
Audience.
Entendo. Homes, preparate.
Les Wilson sont ici!
Readiness. A calque, cavalario.
Quid me? Parade pour venir. 6 hommes.
Eccelimam dombe. Parade pour la
Quid
bourre.
d'abord, bien fait. Vado labura. Quid me? Cos'è sarà?
6 hommes. Cose sera maçonne. Tous audit.
Parade pour venir.
Movamos, vale tous. La bourre spérance. Io maçon parade pour la bourra. Vado la bourra.
La bourse Pérance. Parade pour labura. Yo maçon.
Mandesque. Cose sera parade pour venir. Vado la bourra.
6 hommes. Mandesque.
Eccelimam de monte. Seco materia.
Parade pour labura.
Mendes. Scaraf. Cavalario. Quitamos.
Quid me? Quid labor? Vado labura. Mandesqued? 6 hommes. Cos'è sarà massonata?
Quid à bout?
Benefecta. Me plec. La bourse Pérance. Six hommes.
Quid la bourre?
Escolte bene. Retournons comme materia.
Bene.
Parade pour labura.
Si, parade.
Quid labor?
The English army chose their moment and began to close in on Pontvala.
Parade.
Me plect. Mandesqued?
Cavalario parade. Cavalario parade. Attention. Quiete, cavals. A calque, cavalarios. Cavalarios, para. Ok. Caraformata. Cavalarios, para.
Quid me?
Sì, parate. Cavalario, parate.
Quid Mondes.
Vado da pura. Félicite Béat.
Cito.
Buon lavoro.
After a hard-won battle against a scattered enemy, the French succeeded in halting the English chevauchée at Pontvalin. The English army was not invincible. The French cause was not yet lost. Longbows were powerful weapons, but keeping archers supplied with ammunition was a major undertaking.
This is a modern arrow. Small and lightweight. Pretty much what everyone shoots these days. Compared to this, medieval war arrow. Look at the size of this thing. It's a beast.
A medieval army might need more than 1 million war arrows on campaign, and each one had to be made by hand. It was a labor-intensive business, and the person who did it was called a fletcher. First, a log is split into square staves. Then the fletcher uses a plane to start roughing out the shape.
Ugh, how do I get it round?
Not only have you got to make it round, you've got to make it bobtailed. Look at that.
Bobtailed?
You see that's coming down thinner down that end? There's a natural taper coming down there to that end.
A plane with a curved blade is used to create the taper. This makes the arrow aerodynamic.
This is an incredibly painstaking process for one arrow.
Most of them are just for one shot as well.
Next, a slot is cut to receive a piece of horn. The horn reinforces the nock. That's the notch that fits the arrow to the bowstring. Without the horn insert, the power of a heavy warbow could split and shatter an arrow. Once the horn is in place, the nock is sawn and shaped. Then the Fletcher has to attach the feathers to the shaft.
Now what you've got to do is you've got to get rid of the stiffness of the quill. You're going to work it down so it's nice and thin.
So this is dogfish skin?
Yeah, medieval sandpaper.
The feathers are glued in place and then secured with thread. The final process is to arm the arrow with its arrowhead. The person who makes these is called an arrowsmith. From a blank piece of iron, he starts with the part that fits over the arrow shaft. First, he makes the bar flat, then uses a special former to create a socket. The final stage is to hammer out the shape of the head. Arrow stocks had to be prepared far in advance of a campaign. It was impossible to make them in sufficient numbers overnight. A medieval war arrow like this could only be shot from a big, exceptionally powerful bow. And it packed a mighty punch. The French won an overwhelming victory at the Battle of Pontvalin. It was the first time the English had been utterly defeated during the war. But the triumph was short-lived. As England spent the next 60 years amassing French territory through alliances and victories at great battles, such as Agincourt. It seemed that nothing could stop England. Who then could have foreseen that a teenaged girl was about to change the course of history? In 1429, France was in dire straits. Nowhere was it more evident than the besieged city of Orléans. The city was completely surrounded by English-held forts. But just a few days' ride away, here in Chinon, there was potential help. The French royal prince, the Dauphin Charles, was holed up in his fortress and under pressure to ride out to save Orléans. As Charles hesitated, a young peasant girl arrived at his court. Her name was Jeanne d'Arc. She claimed to have received saintly visions, giving her a divine task to help Charles become king and drive the English out of France forever. Charles was skeptical, but was soon convinced of her divinity. And he charged this 17-year-old with the near impossible mission to liberate Orléans. To Jeanne, this was the first step in realizing her God-given destiny. In April 1429, she rode out from Chinon at the head of her army to confront the hated enemy of France. Surrounded by English strongholds, and with its last line of defense under attack, the city of Orléans grew ever more desperate. In France's darkest hour, 17-year-old Jeanne d'Arc arrived with the king's army to liberate a city and prevent the fall of a nation.
Besogne après. Manance, reste à heureux. Je vous amène mes riens.
Bien, bien. Oyez les commandements. Allons sans plus attendre. Infanterie, avant!
Me fa au trail. Oi, lasciate-moi exploiter. Giovanni Bastir.
The English had captured the vital fortification, known as Les Tourelles, on the south bank of the Loire. Orléans would live or die on its access to supplies. Recapturing Les Tourelles would be key to saving the city.
Me fa trahir.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Lors batige s'estu. Baillet besoigne à faire. Ton stia l'oreille. Ça est belle manuère. Manuère assouvie. Belle œuvre. En besoigne. Oh, me fa au trail. Que faut-il donc besoin?
Reste à l'ennemi!
Voisance, bien ordonnée. Incontinent de
J'espère vos amis. C'est le temps d'avancer, mes seigneurs!
Moins besoin.
Compagnon, machette derrière. Perfect, à l'absonne. Allons ce sens plus attendre.
Baillez-moi besoigne.
Honneur est d'obéir.
Pex, veici les commandes de voisance, bien ordonnées. Je fais votre commandement.
Merci, Nestor!
Having suffered under the English siege for months, Orléans had sent for crucial supplies. But English patrols threatened their arrival at the city. If Orléans hoped to receive the supplies, the French would have to clear the road of English raiders.
Je fais votre commandement. Compagnon,
eliminated the English raiders, granting the supply convoy safe passage into the city. Each time supplies approached Orléans, English raiders would return to guard the road, hoping to plunder the French goods.
Voisance, bien ordonnée. Si fait que sera. À mon cri, avant.
The supply convoy arrived in the city, providing the French army with much-needed gold.
Commandement incontinent, compagnon. Compagnon, marchette derrière. À mon cri, avant.
Ennemis marchés!
Soyez prêts, compagnon, marchette derrière.
Pas des ailes!
Perfect, à l'arçon.
Ennemis marchés!
L'heure!
Allons, ce sens plus attendre.
Seeing another supply convoy approaching the city, English raiders took up position on the road. The French needed to eliminate the enemy detachment if they hoped to receive the supplies.
Perfect à l'arçon.
Mon arc est prêt.
Oi, mestière de moi.
De vers où faut le dire?
Soyez prêts, j'ai besoin.
Si fait!
Voisance, bien ordonnée.
Si fait!
Je fais vos commandements.
J'ai son bien!
Mail.
Si fait que sera. À mon cri, avant. Voisance, bien ordonnée.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Besoin d'y faire.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Mon arc est prêt.
Compagnon, marchez derrière.
Oui, besoin.
De me servir.
Besoin après, si, comme volets. Ton stial Orez.
De vers où faut-il archière?
Si veg out chance.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles. Reste prêt.
Doris, reden zijn bekoren.
Courez ceste vos commandements.
Acest mes
Que
vos
faut-il
oude
donc
de
besoin?
Je veux vos obéir.
Mon arc.
Waar jetzt moi besoin?
Oyez les ordonnances.
Oh, jetzt tout le monde. Besoin.
Bien ordonné. Oyez tout le monde.
Bien.
Advertance, allons, s'adresse tous. Bien oyez. Lors devons nos salaires. Vayez-moi besoin.
Oh, jetzt les ordonnances. Chevalier Bastille. Lors Batige s'essuie. Oil, estir des mouets. Chevalier Bastille, que faut-il donc besoigner? Manuel assouvi, belle œuvre. Ça espelle, Manuel. Besoigner à faire? Besoigner de attendre. Menace. D'accord.
Bonne besoin de fait.
Ça espelle, Manuel.
Sommes en avant, mes seigneurs.
On me fait au trail.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Presse de l'ennemi.
Laisse commander. Allons de ce sens plus attendre.
Reste contraire.
Marchez derrière. Avantez, compagnon, marchez derrière. Je fais vos commandements. Présence, bien ordonnée. Si fait que sera. À mon cri, avance. Allons de ce sens plus attendre. Si besoin.
Besoin à faire? Advertance tout le monde. Pour vous servir. Lors ce Batige s'essuie. Tous de ya Lauretz. Lors Batige s'essuie. Tous de ya Lauretz. Longtemps facile demeurer. Bonne besoin expect. Bayets moins besoin.
Manuel assouvi. Oi. Mestière de moi. Lors vayez-moi besoin.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Mestière de moi.
On besoin.
Lors bâti.
Je faut-il donc besoigner. Toast y a l'oreille. Anoué rassis. Belle œuvre.
Space. Veichi les commandements. Puissance. Bien ordonnée. Formation. Marcette derrière.
Mon arc est prêt.
Je trai, petit destin.
Faites portrait.
Anos viquetor!
Dicte-moi mon.
Chevalier.
C'est des jet machines!
Mon arc est prêt.
Honneur, oui. Obéissant destrier. Prenons groupe de trek. Cesse le temps d'atmosphère. Sommes en ordonnance.
The main bridge leading to Orléans had been destroyed by the French to prevent an English onslaught. Jeanne d'Arc had to find another way to cross to the south bank and make her assault on Les Tourelles.
À l'arsenal, chevalier. Avant, chevalier, cesse le temps d'adventure, monseigneur.
Mon arc est prêt.
Honneur est obéi. Honneur, ouais, obéi, comme vos voldres. Reste tous sommes cesse le temps je cherche. Sommes en ordonnance. Avant, mes seigneurs. Reste tous sommes à l'arsenal, chevalier. En votre service.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Dites de votre plaisir. Ainsi soit. Bien vos oreilles. Incontinent.
Honneur, obéir, c'est vertu. Puer, Giride, attends, avertissez votre courage, compagnon.
Messieurs des hommes, pas trahir.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
À l'arsenal, chevalier. Rilette, c'est votre ordre. Cesse le temps d'adventure, seigneur. Ceci fait. Chevalier, pour votre service. Tres tous sommes prest. Je tiens mon siège.
Dicte votre plaisir. Prest suisse de votre...
Je vais vous obéir. Je ris dans vos volets.
Oh, jetzt, tous le monde.
Je vais vous obéir.
Dicte-moi mon Versailles. Dicte-moi mon Versailles.
Prest suisse de votre service.
Jetzt-moi besoin.
Dicte-moi vos commandements.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Chevalier, reste borastière. Bien chasse-bien.
Oh, me fautrai.
Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Giovanni Basti, que faut-il donc besoigner? Dostialo.
En besoin. Lors bâti
Donnez-moi vos amis.
Giovanni. Oh, me fautrai. Longtemps va-t-il demeurer? Vayez-moi besoigne.
Bonne besoigne expect.
Giovanni Basti, en besoigne.
Smile, mestir des mouets.
Sommes en ordonnance, certes.
belle manoir.
Frères,
Advertance,
Sommes en ordonnance.
Archers, prenez...
hors de l'estier. À point de jet.
Couréour à l'Arcéon est prête.
besoigné après.
Que faut-il donc besoigner? Tous de gars, Laurez.
Oi, mestir de mouet.
Vayez moi besoin.
Oi, mestir de mouet.
Batige, c'est tu.
En besoin.
16 belles manouères.
Manuel, vayet mouet besoigne. Giovanni Basti.
Oh, me faut trahir.
Longtemps va-t-il?
À l'arson, chevalier. Avant, mes seigneurs. À l'arson, chevalier.
Reste l'ennemi.
À l'arson, chevalier. Voyez la faute, chevalier. Portos de service. C'est comme votre volonté. Tiens, prenons ce groupe de train. Donnez-moi vos habits.
En besoin.
Reste, je suis votre serveuse. Incontinent. Dictez-moi une message. Reste tous sommes prestes. Sommes en ordonnance. Sifflez.
Oil, messieurs.
On me fa au train. Dostia Lorez.
Vayez moi besoin. Que va-t-il bastir? Oh, me faut trahir. Lorsque Batige, c'est que faut-il donc besoigner? Tous de gars, Laurez. Que faut-il donc besoigner? Tous de gars, Laurez. Oui, suis sans quimine. Giovanni Basti. Ça est belle manouère.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans, with more gold to bolster the army.
Chevalier, reste si comme votre volonté. Donnez mon désobéi, je suis obéi, mon arme, je ris dans vos volets. À la sonne, chevalier. Ridet cette bonne ordre. Chef. Reste en votre service. Analyse partie. Reste tous en prêt. Chivatsest le temps d'atmosphère, seigneur. Envoyez de monte de Vesla.
Attesmet vos, archiers. Quer a parmei.
Arbelestre, acest vos. Avant, Obelestière.
Alarson, ci va incontinent. Ridets en von ordre. Si chess. Christus servants des subs mon esprit! Christus pour votre service! Notre troupe de trek! Chevalier! La pirouette! Sommes en ordonnance!
The French army torched the eastern English fort, securing a crossing to the south bank of the Loire River.
Sommes en ordonnance. Nos nous sommes prêts.
Arbelestre,
Oh non, est d'obéir.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans, with more gold to bolster the army.
bien vos oeil. Si vous
Accesmets vos, compagnon. Si comme vos voldrez.
Prest, Suisse de bon service. Si le feu est un...
Alarson, Thomas, on appointments de Neslavis, Chevalier!
Odyssey, ves exploiteur. Lors batige s'estu.
On me faut trahir? Taillez bien, bien. Baïs. Los batige s'estui.
Manuel assouvi. Belle œuvre.
L'heure est de besoigner. Sommes en ordonnance. Votre service. Alarson, chevalier! Voyez la son, chevalier! Je suis votre serveuse. Chevalier, preste morastière. Avance, mes seigneurs. Je suis bien. Ridets en bon ordre. Je suis votre serveuse. Le continent. Il se tient dans un pied. Point de messe, de la mise, chevalier. Ainsi comme votre frère.
Ça court! Le tir!
Thomas on Alarson, chevalier. Alarson, chevalier.
The last obstacle to Les Tourelles fell to ruin.
C'est le temps d'adventure, mes seigneurs. Ridets et votre ordre.
Dictate was commandment, and this way.
À point de pied de base. À quelle tête force de merci. Reste de l'ennemi. Alarson, chevalier.
Et continue.
Chevalière, presse forestière. Attendez les commandements.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Oyez, tous devant. Provence Savoie, Mestia de Bois. Advertan, la 7 mois exploité.
Advertise à votre commandement.
Alarson, avant, mes seigneurs. Reste tous some cesse le temps d'adventure, mes seigneurs. Cesse le temps d'adventure, mes seigneurs. Chevalier, ridets et votre ordre. Mes seigneurs.
Les Tourelles was the linchpin in the English siege of Orléans, blocking the main supply route to the city. If Jeanne d'Arc could capture it, Orléans would finally be liberated.
Quand va-t-il demeurer? Longtemps va-t-il demeurer? Longtemps. occuper le manoir.
Sommes en ordonnance. Jetzt la source. En votre service. Ils se tiennent dans sa team. Dresse en votre service.
Oh yes, let's go.
Se tiennent dans sa team. Sommes en ordonnance. Fidèles et bon ordre. Qui continue?
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Besoin à faire?
Sommes en avance, mes seigneurs. Pointe de merci pour l'ennemi. Silence Achille! Pointe de merci pour l'ennemi. Pointe de merci, Chevalier. À la somme, Chevalier. À la somme, Chevalier. La somme, Chevalier. Pointe de merci, l'ennemi, Chevalier. Quand nous sommes prêts.
comme Trace. Hybride avant.
Reste tout à stasis. Odyssey sera fait.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Bien vos Dei via mea mostendent.
Archers, oyez comme de demeurer, Squenzat Bukoi. La demi nos archives! Archers, commandement vieille. Archers, à la veille. Archers! Archers!
Suisse de vous servir.
Archers, prenez vos armes. Archers.
Albenestre, acest mesvos. Je gagne acest mesvos aviamen, albenestrière.
De acest mesvos, Archers. Archers, les commandements sont nécessaires. Archers, les commandements vieilles. Accusez vos Versailles. Archers, l'ennemi nous archives. J'en ai fait. Le ferai-je donc?
En besoin.
Reste tout est à 6. Engin vos attendent. Comprenez. Uderpo, bonne vite. Engin de siège, Trayette. Sinon.
The King's army drove the hated enemy of France from Les Tourelles. With the main road to the city back in French hands, the English abandoned their long siege of Orléans. Celebrating a momentous victory at the head of the French army, Jeanne d'Arc would forever be remembered as the Maid of Orléans. A medieval army on the march was a city on the move. No expense was spared to keep knights and nobles in the lap of luxury.
Knights lived in luxurious tents called pavilions, which they had all of their furnishing, proper chairs and tables and tableware, real beds with fine linens, even wall hangings.
All this furniture had to be transported, and that's on top of what was needed for combat. Weapons and armor needed an army of artisans to maintain them.
The armorer's job on campaign was one of maintenance, constantly repairing, knocking out dents, simply changing straps, or replacing rivets that had broken. If you think of the knight as a race car driver, the armourer is his chief mechanic. Without him, he would not be able to function.
Also following an army was a band of opportunistic civilians, the camp followers, all vying to sell their services and goods to the soldiers. When on the march, most of the thousands of soldiers were mounted. Each knight would have at least 6 horses, all needing grooms, farriers, and fodder.
The royal household brought with them their clerks, their priests, essential for men who feared they might die in battle. And of course, their cooks.
The common soldier subsisted mainly on bread and a thick soup called pottage. It was an altogether different story for the knights.
A knight on campaign would expect the best food. So we have game, we have fine meats, we have fruit when it's in season, always cooked, because food is tied in with health as well. That's very important. And I'm just finishing off a dish here of spiced meatballs with a red wine and pine nut sauce.
French and English armies could be on campaign for months on end, maneuvering and skirmishing until they took to the field for a decisive battle. Jeanne d'Arc had liberated Orléans and put the English army to flight. However, as the English retreated, they became an obstacle for Charles the Dauphin. He needed a clear path from Chinon to Reims, where he would be crowned king. Nearing the town of Patay, the English sought to regroup. But Jeanne d'Arc and her French army were closing in. Fleeing the Loire Valley, the English were on the run. As they retreated northwards, a French vanguard was in close pursuit.
L'heure est de recueillir vos appuis.
Caught out of position, the French faced a surprise attack from the English rearguard. A detachment of English archers blocked the road with palings, an effective measure against cavalry. The French vanguard had to clear the road if they were to call in reinforcements. With the road cleared, the French army could safely bring in reinforcements from nearby allies. The French army paid their ally and received a detachment of reinforcements.
Attendez, Wanda, je commande. Avant. Accesmet incontinent. Silent. Avertisez votre courage, compagnon.
Hearing the rallying cry of the English coming from the village of St. Sigmund, the French were alerted to the enemy position. The French recaptured St. Sigmund and prepared to rendezvous with Jeanne d'Arc. But a large English detachment had set up a blockade. So long as that force was in place, the French vanguard could not reach Jeanne.
Compagnon, ben ici les salons.
À la sonne, j'ai mal soin, retraillez vos avoués. Avertisez votre courage, compagnon. Si j'espère. Je commande, avant.
The French army saw a chance to bolster their numbers and sent payment to their ally in return for reinforcements.
Archers, les commandements viennent. On the weapons, Archers. De demeurer, Spoinslat to coin. Oui, je confirme. Voyez, bec ferai
Attendez, les commandeurs est, je suis votre serveuse. Avant, compagnon.
Compagnon, reste pour être vers notre porte. James Downs.
Archers, Archer, en la voie.
Chessmet, postulé.
Faites les commandements.
Compagnon, nos allons.
Chevalier, ridet sent votre ordre. Avant, mes seigneurs.
Sending gold to their ally, the French army received fresh reinforcements. With the English blockade destroyed, the French vanguard rejoiced at the arrival of Jeanne d'Arc and her troops. With their rear guard eliminated, the remaining English forces would now seek to escape the valley through the town of Patay. 3 enemy regiments were converging on the town along 3 main roads.
Commandement in continent, compagnon. Je face commandement.
Jeanne had either to stop the regiments on the roads or race ahead to fortify Patay itself.
Oh yes, les compagnons. Marchez derrière. Allons, ce sens plus attendre. Voisance, bien ordonnée. Si face comme toi. À mon cri, avant. Compagnon, marchez derrière.
Die Schwollschirm sind fest. Die Quails de Sester. J'ai besoin.
Soyez prêts. Veillez. Allons, ce sens plus attendre. Voisance, bien ordonnée.
Face l'ennemi!
Mij en mijn destriers sans ainsi souhaité. Chevalcheur, soyez chevalcheur, à pleine course. Commandement pour les chevalcheurs. Bene. Fils un argent de Thierry. Il n'y faut que la vis. Mais quoi, c'est pas un roi?
Oh yes, les commandements. incontinent, Compenvex, beau destrier.
L'heure est...
Soyez express, veici les advis.
Chevaucheur, nos allons, chevaucheur. J'obtempère à vos advices.
Pex, veici les commandements. Hamantri, avant. Hamantri, avant.
After an intense pursuit and a hard-fought battle, the French crushed the remaining English army, thwarting their desperate retreat. Now the triumphant Jeanne d'Arc could safely lead Charles to Reims for his coronation as King of France. Medieval soldiers suffered brutal injuries in battle. Their chance of survival lay with barber surgeons. From cutting hair to removing limbs on the battlefield, the job of a barber surgeon was varied, and so were their tools.
600 years ago, surgery was very different from today, and this is some of the kit that the surgeons of then would be using. For example, amputations. This bit of kit was used to cut through the skin. Then you need to get through bone, and this is what they used. Believe it or not, this was used for neurosurgery. But what they didn't have at the time was anesthesia.
Despite carrying out major surgery, barber surgeons had no formal training.
What they learned on the job, and the place where they practiced the most was the battlefield.
This was also a time when new surgical techniques were developed, particularly when it came to saving the life of a future king. In 1403, 16-year-old Prince Henry was injured in the Battle of Shrewsbury while fighting rebels trying to overthrow his father, King Henry IV.
The arrow penetrated his right cheek and became lodged at the base of his skull. He was very lucky it didn't kill him instantly.
Prince Henry pulled the arrow from his face. The shaft came out, but the arrowhead remained lodged inside.
They needed to get that out before infection set in and killed him.
To the rescue, celebrated surgeon John Bradmore. Bradmore recorded what he did to save the prince's life, including a picture of the tool he made to extract the arrowhead.
And it works by ensuring that the tip is closed and then inserting it along the track caused by the arrowhead until it meets the arrowhead.
Then the screw is turned to expand the tip, locking it in place inside the arrowhead.
And then ever so slowly and gently, you extract, making sure that you don't lose it along the way. I'm amazed by the skill that would have been needed to do this successfully. Can you imagine how good that felt when that came out?
the young prince survived to become King Henry V, hero of Agincourt. But perhaps the real heroes of medieval medicine were the barber surgeons, who saved countless lives on the battlefield. The Battle of Patay was a disaster for the English. The French wiped out their bowmen and drove their forces from the Loire Valley. Now for Jeanne d'Arc and the Dauphin, the way to Reims was clear. The Maid of Orleans rode with the Dauphin through the streets and was at his side when he was finally crowned King Charles VII of France. But less than 2 years later, Jeanne was captured in battle, sold to the English, and put on trial for heresy. She spent 6 months locked in a dungeon, awaiting her fate. King Charles, who owed his crown to Jeanne, did nothing to help win her freedom. She was found guilty. On May 30th, 1431, Jeanne d'Arc was brought here, to the old market square in Rouen, where she was burned at the stake. She was 19 years old. But what the Maid of Orleans started could not be denied. Her victories were the first in a chain of successes for France's military. Liberty was within reach. Thanks to the leadership of 2 brothers, Jean and Gaspard Bureau, the French army became experts in the use of artillery, transforming it into a disciplined, modern fighting force. In 1448, King Charles was ready to make a major move against the English. He vowed to retake Normandy. King Charles VII's army would soon have access to the most advanced artillery in Europe, thanks to the master gunners, the Bureau brothers. While the brothers developed their weapons, the king laid plans for their use. He would bring Normandy back under French control. The first phase of the king's plan would give the Bureau brothers time to perfect their cannons. He tasked his army with claiming a base of operations. With the town under French control, the Bureau brothers now had the use of the university and of their own siege workshop. Their next goal was to learn all they could about recent innovations in the mixing of the most potent gunpowder. While the army waited for their new weapons, they kept a watchful eye for any English attacks on the town.
Oyez les ordonnances. Attendez. Manoir assouvi. Belle œuvre. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Compagnon, Benoît.
En besoigne.
Rien à faire. Oyez, tout le monde.
Oui, là.
Vous me faites trahir? Oyez, les ordres. Vives exploitiers.
Dicte votre plaisir.
Tout le monde. Marchiez, rien moins, très tous.
Et qu'on fasse.
Advertance de
Oi, vestiaire de mouet. Oh, me fa au trail.
tous de Yalaouès.
Oui, là. En besoin. Manance, prest, oil, mestière de mouet. Lors batige s'estui.
Access Mesvos, oui, abarré.
Raïs, oui, besoin.
Oyez, tous le monde.
Accordé.
Que pas aussi donc besoin. Oh, me fa au train. Voyez moi besoin. Besoin à faire? Giovanni Basti. En besoin. Besoin à faire?
The brothers worked tirelessly to cast their gun barrels, but they still needed insight into the latest gunpowder chemistry.
Qu'attendez-vous de moi? Point de repos pour les oyez tous. Allons, sans atermoyer. Bien, bien. Si fais un continent. Advertance. Voici les commandements. Moult me plaît de fouiller en province. Oui, bien, bien.
Prêt, suis pour vos aidiers. Je prends cure de ce manoir. Avez-vous commandement vos advices? Tout y serait.
Moult me plaît de vrai en forest.
Obéir est divine vertu. S'estui belge entreprend.
Qu'attendez-vous de moi? Un hostel à Bastille. J'attends ma besogne prochaine. Or ça, bien vous plaise l'achèvement?
Causez-vous. Oyez les commandements. C'est bon. À vos commandements.
J'obéirai.
Paix, soudain. Fais ici les commandements.
Envoyez-moi.
Mes compagnons, si les commandements. Combien?
The Bureau brothers had successfully combined a powerful gunpowder recipe with sturdy cast iron gun barrels. At last, cannon production could begin. While the brothers turned out their cannons, culverins, and riboldequins, the French army would bolster themselves for the coming fight.
Soyez prêts, j'incline à votre volonté. Vais-je l'entreprendre?
Soudain, fais ici de nouvelles commandements. Soudain, fais ici de avant et sans mêler. Ne clamez pas, avancez. J'ai pourvoué tout à tir.
Frères, qui est votre mission?
Ça, guerre désgâte les choses. Ben, compagnon, je fais comme il vous plaît.
Prest, avanzons, fratrimei.
Ben, soudain,
Frères,
je fais votre commandement. Joy, j'entendrai. À vos grâces. Le temps d'attendre. Joy,
With the mine under French control, the Bureau brothers had access to an abundance of iron for their gun barrels.
tantos nos faut-il avancer?
causez-vous. Oyez les commandements. Oui.
compagnons. Forestier, il nous faut marcher. J'ai pour moi.
J'attends ma besogne prochaine. 13-12, écoute les ordres. Bien. 13-12, à moins de point. Je m'attise d'Estromie.
Qu'attendez-vous?
Voici les commandements.
J'enseigne l'ennemi à votre âme.
J'obéis.
Joy et j'obtempère. Joy, quel est votre plaisir? Envoyez-moi, je fais comme il vous plaise. Prêt pour faire les commandements, j'ai pour moi.
Avez-vous commandement pour moi?
13-12, écoute les ordonnances. Advertant, nous avons un port. Allez, bien fait.
Prest sont vos moines. Or donc, m'incline à votre plaisir. Et sera fait. Advansons, fratri mei. Si tel est votre plaisir. Si tel est votre bon plaisir. Tantôt vais-je l'entreprendre.
Soudain, fais ici de nouvelles commandements. Je fais votre commandement. C'est bon, Joy et j'entendrai. J'appointe cette capelle.
Mon putain, prendrai-je plus loin?
Si ferai-je comme demandé. Si tel est votre plaisir. Si tel est votre bon plaisir. Or donc, m'incline à votre plaisir. Si ferai-je comme demandé. Frères, tantos nos faut-il advancer.
Causez-vous, ça. Guerre désgâte les choses. Forestier, il nous faut marcher. C'est bon, ne clamez pas, avancez. Je fais comme il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. La victoire à ceux qui appointent bien.
Obéir, avoué de vertu, veuille suivre.
Avez-vous commandement pour...
13-12, écoute les ordonnances.
Oui.
Oh yeah.
Soyez entendus. Oui, là. Oui. Pour vous servir.
Prêt pour aider. Optimé par de la veige. À part main et veige.
Je mâche mon frein de partir. Will, bien compris. Ouais, à vos ordonnances. Optimé, j'y vais. Si fait. Bien. J'ai besoin à part main. Quand que vous voldrez. Je mâche mon frein de partir. Optimé, par de la veille.
Point de... Optimé, j'y vais.
Paix dans l'œuf.
Advertance.
Oi, j'y ris.
Will, bon déduit me sera.
Paix, Soudard. Avant et sans mêler. Forestier, il nous faut marcher. Ne clamez pas, avancez.
Il nous archive.
lâche mon frein de fouet à votre ordonnance.
Nous sommes crevés de crainte!
Quels sont vos commandements? Quand que vous voudrez! Optimé, j'y vais. Oui, Dan. Quand que vous voudrez.
Un autre ennemi embranché.
Oi, j'y à ta main, j'y vais. Optimé, j'y vais. Oi, j'y Oi, j'y Optimé, par de la veille.
Obéir est l'avoué de vertu. Veuille suivre.
Soyez envoyés vers la gloire.
J'y ai cru. J'obéis à votre avis.
6 hommes soldés pour besoigner. Allons donc cueillir l'air. J'y ai cru. J'obéis à votre avis.
Ennemi en vue! Prêt pour optimer, j'y vais. Optimer, par de la veille. Will, bien contraint. Oi, j'y ride. Optimer, j'y vais. Pour vous servir, suis-je là.
Voyons. Allons nous dérouiller les gants.
Reste tous! Arme à l'étrier! J'ai pour vous!
Vous êtes quoi avec moi? Oh putain, prendrai-je plus loin?
J'ai pour vous tout attaqué! Je ne l'ai pas jamais! Je fais votre commandement!
After raising the river port, the French soldiers seized a stockpile of shipworthy timber, which could be used for superior cannon frames.
Pour les commandements. Envoyés vers la gloire. Oyez. Allons nous dérouiller les gants.
J'ai besoin.
Je fais vos commandements.
Je fais vos commandements. Will, je l'emprunte tantôt, si comme vous voulez. J'y ai cure.
Les archers ennemis infligent notre bataille.
J'obéis à votre avis.
Je mets à part main, y vais. Si allons.
Tant que vous voudrez.
J'y vais.
J'attends vos actes. Maintenant.
Advertence. Voici les commandements. Prêt suivre pour vos ailiers.
Oyez tous. Voici les commandements.
Bien sûr. Faites votre manière.
J'amène aucun gibier.
Paix, compagnons. Je fais comme il vous plaît. Ça, guerre désgâte les choses.
J'obéirai. Tantôt de paix je l'entreprends. Votre vouloir guidera mon air.
Où donc? J'irai si où vous voudrez. En la bouée vers la part. Arrête! Il nous affiche!
Reste pour rider. Oui, bien compris.
Quel oi, j'arrive.
Il nous archive.
Nos carrels sont prêts.
Quel est ma besoin? J'y besoin.
Soyez témoins de notre gloire.
Oyez tous, voici les commandements. Bien, reste tous avec moi. Je pars pour Kirimoué. J'attends vos advices.
Quel est Will? Bien compris. Optimé. Par de la veille.
Paix, Souda.
J'obéis, je vais où est doué. Je vais rabouder ses plaies.
Souda, va ici avant et sans mêler. Pour Astier, il nous faut marcher.
Faites vos optimés. J'y vais. C'est quoi l'ennemi? Venez ça! Appartement invade. Appartement invade.
Meilleur Santo est-il quand il vivrait?
J'attends ma besogne prochaine. J'attends vos advices. Ce sera moult bien. Avez-vous commandement pour moi? Je prends cure de ce manouette. Je suis pour vos édiers. Un hostel à Bastille.
Qu'attendez-vous de... Avez-vous commandement pour moi? Un hostel à Bastille. Advertance, voici nous avons un port. Allez.
Qu'attendez-vous de moi? Assez, je suis fier de mon œuvre. Ce sera moult bien à point de repos pour les hardis. Un hostel à Bastille.
Suis pour vos édiers. Je prends cure de...
J'attends ma besogne prochaine. Ce sera moult bien.
Avez-vous commandement pour moi? Ce sera moult bien. J'attends vos advices. Je prends cure de ce manœuvre.
Tout suit à votre si tel est votre bon plaisir.
Nos attendons. L'heure est de partir maintenant. Maintenant, si... Oui, j'ai bien compris. Si fais-je un continent? J'amène aucun gibier.
Causez-vous. Oyez les commandes que j'ai pour moi. Mes compagnons, si les commandements.
Tout suit à votre plaisir. Je m'inclinerai à votre plaisir.
Si elle enjambons vers un mesme port.
Will.
Point de doutance. Avant. Si fait.
Je fais votre commandement. Vous avez les bras.
Oh, bien. Allons bien en os.
Oui.
Pour vous servir, suis-je là?
Ben, soudain, j'ai pourvu. J'aille et j'entends.
Obéir est divine vertu. Or donc, m'incline à votre musique.
L'ennemi nous poursuit! C'est quoi l'ennemi? Venez-t'en!
J'ai j'enseigne. Dieu nous forcer. Tiens, gardez les choses.
Un costière et je pointoyais des ennemis!
With the skirmish won, trade could begin with the settlement.
Je vois l'ennemi! Venez ça!
The brothers now had every available advantage in producing their guns.
Oui, je l'emprunte tantôt.
Soyez psy comme vous voulez. Je
Soyez attentifs, Souda. Ouais, à vos ordonnances. Quelle est ma besogne? À part main, Yvège. Oi, Giril. Optimé, par de la veille.
Souda, nous avons commandement.
C'est l'ennemi, irradié! Optimé, par de la veille.
Soyez témoins de notre gloire!
J'attends ma besogne prochaine. Maintenant, à vos ordres suivent. Maintenant, reste tous avec moi. Je prends cure de ce manoir.
Où dois-je traire ce carrel? Si fait. J'y pourvois tout à tir. Bien œil. Je vais plus que le pas. Nos carrels sont prêts pour suivez le courroie, arbalétrier. Arbalétrier, avant, et belle.
Point de repos pour les hardis.
Advise pour votre engin. Dictenos, quelqu'un t'aime à battre.
Paix, compagnons. Avant, les champs mêlés. Prêt pour le fait comme il vous plaît.
Votre vouloir, la vouée de vertu.
Paix, soudain. Fais ici les commandements. Oui, intimé.
J'obéirai, je m'inclinerai à votre plaisir. J'enjambe la vouée de vertu.
Advise pour votre engin.
At last, the French artillery weapons were ready for deployment. After years of preparation, the time had come for Charles VII to make his move. To take back Normandy, he would need to recapture the stronghold of Rouen, a critical fortress from which the English had been attacking Paris. Rouen walls would face an explosive trial against the mighty force of gunpowder.
Causez-vous. Oyez les commandements. Ne clamez pas, avancez. Je fais comme il vous plaît.
Les archers ennemis infligent notre bataille!
Si tel est votre bon plaisir.
J'attends vos avis.
Optimé, j'y vais.
Soudain, Face, j'ai pourvoué. J'ai pourvoué tout à tir.
Les archers ennemis infligent notre bataille!
Ceux qui apportent bien. Ne clamez pas, avancez. Je t'en fais. Ben, soudain. Paysan. Guerre désgale les choses.
Obéir est divine vertu. Je vais être doué.
Dictenos, quelqu'un t'aime à battre.
Soyez fouets à vos ordonnances. Enjambons vers un maître le port.
Quels sont pour vous servir? Suis-je là? Optimé, j'y vais. Optimé, par de la veille.
J'attends vos advices.
Engin de ciel, ça, engin, en la bouée. Oui, là-bas. À vous détendre. Les engins se meurent. Les engins de ciel, ainsi soit-il. Advise pour votre engin.
J'attends ma besogne prochaine.
Advise pour votre engin.
Suis pour vos aiguilles.
Dites-nous quelqu'un t'en abattre. Tout est ordonné. Si fait.
Avez-vous commandement pour moi?
Engins de siège. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Ainsi sera fait. Bien. Les engins de siège, les engins se meurent. Comprends.
Suis pour vos équipes.
Dites-nous ce qu'elle...
Avez-vous
Reste
commandement
tous,
pour
écoute les ordonnances.
Bien fait. J'attends ma besogne prochaine.
Votre plaisir est ordonnance.
Reste tout.
Bien, je le vais faire. Point de repos pour les harpies.
Juste notre cause.
J'attends vos services.
J'attends ma besogne prochaine. Reste tous. Écoute les ordonnances. Bien fait.
Qu'attendez-vous de moi?
Tout est ordonné. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. Ça, engin, en la voie.
Le champ nous attend. Oui.
Or ça, bien.
Ce sera pour moi honneur.
Arbalète. Allons, arbalétrier. Avant. C'est pour moi. Ne vous accordez pas.
Tout suit avant. Ainsi sera fait.
Arbalétrier, soudain.
Or ça.
Lancier, allez lancier, la bataille nous attend.
Advertance. Voici les commandements.
Bien.
Un hostel à Bastille.
Ouais.
J'obéirai. Je vais où est loué, si tel est votre plaisir. Obéis, je m'inclinerai à votre plaisir.
Nous attendons pour chevalier, on voit pour la gloire.
Advise pour votre engin. Engin de siège assis. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. Engin de siège assis. Ça, engin, en la voie. Bien fait. Les engins se meurent.
Reste envoué.
Tout est ordonné. C'est quasi. Les engins de siège sont. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Victoire! La capitaine est... Engin! C'est l'heure de trêve! Très bien! Bien! Ils vont pâtir de notre île. Très bien. Si fait. Ils vont pâtir de notre île. engins se meurent. Tout est engins. En la voie. Ainsi soit-il. Très bien. Point de fin. Ils vont bâtir de leur prière. Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Les engins se meurent. Oui. Les engins de siège sont quasi assouvis. Ils travaillent sur l'engin. Quelle triompheuse victoire. Ils sont anéantis. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. Si fait. Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Engin de siège, ainsi sera fait. Will, à part main. Les engins se meurent. Point de faille, votre train. Ainsi soit-il. L'ennemi nous instille. La quintaine est toute ruineuse. Point de faille, votre train. Si fait. Bien. C'est une merveilleuse victoire. Engin, c'est l'heure de traire. Oui, viens. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Viens. Engin de siège. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. Bien fait. Les engins de siège, ça faut aller. C'est quasi assouvi. Ainsi sur un feu. Très bien. C'est l'heure de traire. Tout est ordonné. Ça, engin. En la voie. Ça faut aller. Quelle triompheuse victoire. Ils sont anéantis. Les engins se meurent. Tout est ordonné. Point de faille, votre trait. L'ennemi nous a assis. Les engins de oui, fait. Ils vont bâtir de notre engins de siège, les engins se meurent. Victoire. La quintaine est dégastée. Youhou. Tout est ordonné. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. C'est une merveilleuse victoire. Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances.
Prêt suis pour vos... Voyez tous. Voici les... Nous avons un port. Allez.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Si fait. Advise pour ça, engin. En la voie. Très bien. Ainsi soit-il. Oui, comprends. Engin, c'est l'heure. Engin, c'est l'heure de traiter. Quelle triompheuse victoire. Ils sont anéantis. Ils vont bâtir de... Une heure. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Nos accomplis sont vos. C'est quasi assouvi. Les engins se meurent.
Oh ça. Bien. Laisse la
siège, les engins se meurent. Ainsi sera fait. Engin de siège, ça faut aller.
Je tire votre advertance. Qui même aille
The French army bore down on the formidable walls of Rouen, ready to launch their final assault on this key English stronghold.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Ils vont bâtir de notre navire.
Rouen walls were breached. The French army had at last exposed the heart of the fortress.
L'ennemi nous a encantés.
Having lost the walls of Rouen, the English made a last stand to hold the city. The French would need to destroy the buildings that had housed the English army and drive out the enemy for good.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Nos accomplissements sont en ordonnance. Oui, la barbe. Il trahit sur l'engin.
With the English scattered and their buildings in ashes, the French had recaptured the critical fortress of Rouen. Charles VII had proven that France was no longer the underdog in the 100 Years' War. After decades of bloody dispute, Normandy was finally back in French hands. During the 14th century, the face of war in Europe changed forever. Thanks to a substance invented by the Chinese while searching for the elixir of life. Gunpowder. One of the first guns used on the battlefields of Europe was this, the bombard.
This is a large stone-throwing gun for moving big projectiles like this up and over and through castle walls.
Before the invention of the cannon, castle wall-busting projectiles had been thrown by trebuchets.
This is what took over from the trebuchet. Far easier to move from castle to castle.
Its design was simplicity itself, drawing on the skills of the barrel maker.
This has metal staves, lengthways, and then lots of hoops holding those staves under compression. So this is why we now call this the gun barrel as well.
The bombard was no more powerful than a trebuchet, but it did have a psychological impact on the enemy.
If we take it back several hundred years, and the loudest thing is a cockerel crowing or a brawl in the pub on a Saturday night, these things are horrendously frightening.
As metallurgy improved, barrels could be made longer, increasing accuracy and power. They progressed from taking down walls to taking out soldiers, replacing the bow and arrow.
A typical arrow would get stuck in this sort of material, where ball just goes straight through. So compared to a bow and arrow, this is far more deadly.
During the 100 Years' War, there was even a precursor to the machine gun, the Ribauldequin.
She's got several barrels on her. This is the sort of gun that would have been very much against people being able to spread your shot out and hit large numbers of people in one go.
Gunpowder revolutionized warfare throughout the 100 Years' War, changing the way battles were fought forever. Thanks to the explosive force of cannon fire, the French were close to victory in this century-long war. But in a final grasp at power, the English dispatched a fresh army, equipped with their tried and tested longbows. Formigny would be a trial of old versus new, to determine the fate of France. English commander Sir Thomas Kiriel sent a large expedition to crush the French in Normandy. The village of Carentan was directly in their path. Massively outnumbered, the French skirmishers near Carentan would give their lives to weaken the English. The French skirmishers could only slow the English advance. The main body of the French army finally arrived in the river valley. The French now needed to locate and destroy the English army. But they would face a well-entrenched enemy with several local garrisons. Army, attacking the town of Vallon. If they could stop the attack, they might gain valuable resources. With the English attack on Valognes halted, the citizens moved to support the French army.
Voyez bien, Réussile, ainsi soit fait. Allons plus que le pas. Paix, soudain, ça. Guerre désgâte les choses. Forestier, il nous faut marcher. À l'archon, ainsi soit fait. Piquez des deux. L'ennemi nous assaut de longue soudain, réussi du terrain annoncé. Avant et sans mêlée. Forestier, il nous faut marcher. Que je fais votre commandement. Votre idée est bien claire. Ainsi soit faite. Votre esdite est bien claire. En arçon, bouclier. Prêt pour faire les comme je fais votre commandement. J'ai pour vrai. Prêt pour les commandements. En avant, reste sur l'esprit. Si je m'appelle, ça ne pose pas de commandement. Je les demande, pris de derrière. Je fais votre commandement. Viens vous avouer.
fell to the French forces, but the enemy army was still at large.
L'ennemi nous prend en catène! Allons plus que le pas. Prêt pour les commandements, si sera fait selon votre commandement. Ainsi soit fait. En avant, reste tous en mesté. Je vais devant, fridez derrière. Je finerai de parler.
Frères, tantos nos faut-il avancer? Si ferai-je comme émandé?
Nous allons goûter les succès milieux. Je fais votre commandement. Je suis un heureux, je vais je vais devant, fridez derrière. En avant, reste tous en mesté.
French forces located Kyril's English army at a river crossing near the town of Formigny. Several of the Bureau brothers' heavy guns and other forces arrived to help.
Les engins de... Ainsi sera fait. Will, à part main. Nos accomplissons vos... Nos arbalèstes sont... Joyeux, je t'en prie. Courage, lancier, j'ai besoin d'un par main.
Vos destriers, votre prestige est bien clair.
Even with their cannons, the French faced the difficult task of engaging the well-positioned English army.
Engins de siège ACER, mais quasi assoumis. Reste tous jusqu'au terrain, meurtrons-nous.
Nos carrels sont... Suivez-le.
Advissons nous envoyer. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Très bien, très bien. Changeons d'assiette. Advise pour votre engin. Ainsi soit-il. Dictenos capitaine. Nous déconfisons l'ennemi. Advise pour votre engin. C'est quasi assoumis. Advise pour votre dictenos capitaine. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Advise pour votre engin. Tout est ordonné. Bien, très bien.
The French attacks succeeded in drawing the English front line out of position and across the river. Suffering losses, the English front line retreated back across the river.
Les engins se meurent. Très bien.
Prêt pour les commandements. Oyez bien. Réussis les commandements.
Chloé et Victor.
Arbalétrier, trayez bas. À l'arceau. Prêche pour les bousculiers. Arbalétrier. Suivez le courroie, arbalétrier. C'est bien fait. Je fais comme il vous plaît.
Tout suit à s'estui beige.
Lancier. Très bien. J'y besoin. Bien, lancier. Allons. J'y besoin. Très bien. À votre ordonnance. Oui, évidemment, à parler.
Nous attendons vos... Oui, je l'emprunte tantôt. Bien, l'heure est d'aller en bruit. Obéir est divine vertu. Soyez prest, mes frères. Advansons, fratri mei. J'obéirai.
Dois-je rider? Oyez bien.
Soyez prest, mes frères. J'obéirai. Ainsi sera fait. Obéir est dit. Si ferai-je comme mandé. Tout suit à votre... La vouée de vertu veuille...
Dicte-nous quelqu'un t'en abattre. Nos accomplissons vos ordonnances. Ayez cœur à putain, siège. Engin de siège, ainsi. En la voie. Will, à part main. Sifflez. Point de paille, votre trait. Sifflez. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. Les engins se meurent. Sifflez.
La bordeuse est charquette.
Ainsi sera fait. Engin, c'est l'heure de trêve. C'est quasi à souris. Bien, bien allé. Ça, engin. En avant. Sifflez. Ils vont partir de notre île. Ils vont partir de notre île. Bien allé. Ainsi soit-il. Ainsi sera fait.
Beset by the French, the English beat a hasty retreat toward Formigny. The English survivors entered Formigny. The French would have to take this town to secure victory.
Oui, là par main. C'est quasi assouvi. Allongeur de siège, assis. Engin, c'est l'heure de trêve.
Voyez bien les commandements.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Voilà. Oui, là par main. Point de faille, votre trêve. Oui, sifflez. C'est quasi assouvi. Ainsi soit-il. Bien.
Nous allons avouer.
Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Engin, c'est l'heure de trêve. Ainsi sera fait. L'ennemi nous a astis. Quel trick. Oui, là par main. Très bien. Will, à part main.
Prêt pour les commandes.
Ainsi sera fait. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Point de faille, votre trêve. Ainsi sera fait. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
Voyez bien.
C'est quasi assouvi. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez. C'est quasi assouvi. Tout est ordonné.
L'ennemi nous prend de terre. La gloire est pour moi.
Victoire à ceux qui aiment. Ainsi soit-il. Engin, c'est l'heure. Ils vont bâtir de notre île. Oui, là-bas.
Voyez bien les.
C'est quasi assouvi. Suivez l'engin, soudain.
L'ennemi nous assaut de longue traîne. Je m'enterris de la victoire.
With the last English army destroyed and the gates of Formigny thrown open, the French force in Normandy was victorious. Their well-organized forces and superior firepower had brought the arduous 100 Years' War closer to its conclusion. At Formigny, the roar of cannon fire sounded the death knell for England's ambitions in France. King Charles and the Bureau brothers did not let up on the offensive, and in 1453, the English retreated across the Channel. France was finally at peace. More than 100 years had passed since the first English chevauchés had scorched the land. The iconic French knights who fought in those early days would not have recognized their own military a century later. The English longbow, once the scourge of France, was no match for French artillery in the last years of the war. And by 1453, France's border looked very different, growing to encompass territories once claimed by England and their allies. After enduring a century of conflict, France emerged as a transformed nation. The country and its people had persevered and unified into a kingdom that could defend itself. Against all odds, France had won the 100 Years' War. Before the invention of printing in the 15th century, books were painstakingly copied by hand. The finest were illuminated with brilliant colors and real gold. Illuminated text wasn't just for show. Gilded illustrations decorated important passages to highlight their significance.
Gold was used in many medieval manuscripts from early days because it was very expensive and it indicated that the manuscript itself was valuable. The light would reflect from candles or from the sunlight, and so it looked as though the book itself was illuminated. In medieval manuscripts, it looks as though this is solid gold. In fact, it's not. The gold itself is tissue thin.
The solid appearance is achieved by laying the gold on a cushion of plaster mixed with glue, called gesso.
By raising the gold from the surface of the skin, that means that it catches the light even more.
The glue in the gesso is softened by breathing on it.
We then have 3 seconds to get the gold on, and I'm using a burnisher, which is a polished stone, just to make sure that the gold sticks. Then the burnisher is used to polish the gold up. See, it's coming up now, so it's coming nice and shiny.
Next, the miniature is painted.
The base colour would be done first. Then the tints and the shades will be added, and finally, the white highlights and the outline, which lifts it and brings the whole thing to life.
The medieval paint box contained pigments from across the world, such as ultramarine from Afghanistan and orpiment gathered from volcanic craters.
It often took a long time to complete these medieval miniatures. This one between a month and 6 weeks, from start to finish.
An entire book could take a team of illuminators several years to complete. Many medieval manuscripts still survive today, fully preserved, with their colours just as vivid as the day they were illustrated.